Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Here.
Councilmember Fahey. Here. Mayor Lay,
Here.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Here.
Councilmember Hefner,
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton. Here. Councilmember Kern.
Here.
Okay, if you could join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks. Our next matter is executive session. As noted on the meeting agenda, I am requesting the executive session for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter for informational purposes only under Section 5-2B of the city's Home Rule Charter and Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-4024F, specifically concerning potential proactive organizational reporting procedures for employees appointed directly by the City Council. Prior to entertaining any motion, the City Clerk will read a statement required by the City Code.
It is the policy of the city to conduct public business and meetings open to the public. While in executive session, it is inappropriate to take straw votes, keep minutes, or make any final decisions. It is the duty of each council member to ensure executive sessions are conducted in strict compliance with this ordinance, state and federal law, and any applicable provisions of the state and federal constitutions. If at any time the scope, nature, or parameter of this executive session goes beyond the publicly stated topic, it is the responsibility of the city council to terminate and cease any further deliberation within the executive session and return to the public meeting. Only those topics described in city ordinances may be discussed in an executive session. Those topics are summarized as follows. Where federal or state law requires the information being discussed remain confidential, certain personnel matters involving only employees directly appointed by the city council and other personnel matters upon request of the city manager or mayor, consideration of water rights and real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals, value estimates, and strategy, and legal consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation.
Regarding the authority for the executive session, Section 5-2B of the Home Rule Charter authorizes an executive session for the purpose of the mayor addressing the city council on personnel matters for informational purposes. An executive session for this purpose is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Section 24-64024F of the Colorado Revised Statutes, as it requires discussion of matters personal to particular employees. With that, you may entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matter for informational purposes only, and the executive session also include City Attorney Kathleen Kelly and Special Counsel Marilee Langhoff.
Second.
Any comment or discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call.
You got to do a roll call.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We will now adjourn to executive session. Thank you. All right, we're back from the executive session, and if you give me a second, I think the city attorney is going to report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council, as noted on the meeting agenda, the executive session was for the purpose of the mayor discussing a personnel matter for informational purposes only with the city council. In follow-up to this executive session, I request that the city council appoint 2 council members to work with the city attorney and special counsel to draft proactive organizational reporting procedures for employees directly appointed by city council for consideration by city council at a future date.
Thank you. I first of all want to say appreciate the time that at least 2 people from the public have spent while we were in executive session, and others who might be online who've also been patient on that. So the one thing that I would say as a follow-up to the suggestion is that I would like to appoint 2 folks from the council for the purpose of following up, working if necessary with council, either our city attorney or outside counsel, or both, and in all likelihood, a human resources consultant to be determined later, and to bring back to us a proposal for those kinds of reporting procedures that were just described in general by the city attorney. The 2 folks that I would propose would be the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Hamilton, if they are agreeable to doing so, not having spoken with either, well, with one just a second ago, but are you willing to take that on? Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know that we need a motion for that.
Yes, please.
We do? Okay. I would move that the council appoint 2 members of the council to work with city attorney, outside counsel, potentially consultant concerning reporting procedures regarding employees who are directly employed by the city council.
Second.
And further, to appoint in those positions, Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson and Councilmember Hamilton.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thanks. All right. Let's move to approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next part of the meeting is public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. As in the past, anybody is free to provide public comment of up to 3 minutes, or 6 minutes if you have another person present or online who agrees to pool their time with you. You don't have to speak the full 3 minutes. You can if you want. Same thing with the 6 minutes. Try to encourage people not to boo or clap or otherwise respond, just so we can encourage people to come forward, because that is our policy as a city, to try to get as much free public input as we possibly can. So with that, if you are interested in making a public comment and you are online, please raise your hand. If you are here, would like to make public comment, provide a card to the city clerk, and she will call your name, and we'll move forward one at a time. Do we have any folks signed up?
First, I have Matt Jones to be followed by Mark Cathcart.
Very good. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Matt Jones. I live in Louisville. Happy holidays to all of you, and thanks for surviving the executive session. I know how that feels. I want to talk to you about two open space items tonight. One is about more funding for open space, the historical lack of such in my mind, and halvesies approach. The second is about the Parks and Recreation and Open Space Plan and the Trails Plan. So there's a fund balance, and the Parks and Open Space budgets are going to be split. I think it should be split halvesies. That's fair. Fair is fair. To do that, you've already allocated some of the money. You'll have to allocate more to open space than what's being proposed. And do you have a question, Chris?
I do. This is a matter that's on the agenda, I believe.
It is?
Yes, and if it's on the agenda, it can't be the item of public comment.
How late will that be?
I take your point.
I will stop testifying. You can imagine what I'm saying.
I can
Hold it
imagine that you're saying, I think one thing that, well,
I haven't, the other one I don't think's on your agenda, though.
What-
My
what-
other point
and the
with
other one
Parks,
is?
Recreation Open Space Plan,
I think that is correct. So maybe make that comment.
Trails Plan.
My suggestion is that you make the comment about the one that's not on the agenda and perhaps zoom in if you'd like to go home and have dinner.
That's a good idea. I might do that. So on the Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan and the Trails Plan, that was put on your consent agenda in October. I didn't realize that, and I've taken a good look at it, and I've talked to I've talked to you, many of you about this, about how parks people tend to develop and improve and fix, and open space people tend to protect and provide appropriate passive recreation access, different outlets, different worldviews. So in the pros plan, I suggested we ought to have a consultant that does parks, one who does open space, then they can work out their own things, and you don't have a parks planner deciding for open space planner deciding for parks, and getting an outcome you don't like. Well, that is not in the RFP. In fact, nothing in the RFP around the environment, ecology, wildlife, protection, none of that is listed in the Parks Plan or the Trails Plan. So what you're going to get is a very different outcome than I think you would have if you'd have put that in there. If you do trails planning, which I used to do a lot of, you need to know your constraints, particularly your environmental constraints. That's not even mentioned in this. It's kind of like building a house and not knowing the constraints of your lot or your budget. You come up with a house you don't want to have. And that's what will happen, I'm afraid, with this. And so I was trying to think of what the fix would be, what my ask would be of you. And my ask is to ask staff to emphasize the protection aspects of open space in a pros plan, and also the same and more environmental issues in the trails plan. It's been I had hoped that the open space plan would be updated. It's been 20 years, 20 years. The parks plan has been 10 years. It needs to be updated too, but you're going to come up with very different outcomes, I'm afraid. And the other thing, you know, the advisory group you might know about, I'm part of, we asked to have input on that RFP and actually gave input, and he said, gave ideas. And I just want to start doing this in a less adversarial way. That's where I feel again. And I'd rather have it collaborative, have that, had that been in the RFP, so we can come to a good solution for the citizens of this town. So that's a bit frustrating, but at this point, I would ask you to ask staff to be protective of the open space and of the environment. So that's my ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Next is Mark Cathcart.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City staff. I'm Mark Cathcart. I live in Louisville. I want to take this opportunity to bring to your attention a few items that would be better called "and in other news." I was somewhat disappointed to see Louisville missing from the list of Boulder Valley municipalities awarded $1.5 million for an e-bike share program. According to the Daily Camera, Louisville is the only obvious city missing. I do hope that I'll at least be able to pop across the border with my passport to Lafayette and get a ride locally. I'd like to think this was an oversight or miscommunication rather than a policy decision. And in other news, last Thursday, I accompanied my 16-year-old daughter to the Boulder DMV to apply for her learner's permit. While she was taking her test, I took the opportunity to read the many notices covering the wall in the office. Yet again, I was disappointed to learn that Louisville Police Department is not included in the Colorado towns that recognize digital IDs and driver licenses via the My Colorado app. I hope the mayor can encourage staff and the police chief to rectify this as soon as possible. I'm sure some people still carry cash. I don't. Most teens do not. They will all carry their phones, though. They are tracked by Snapchat, Facebook, and Instagram at every opportunity. Yet our police department won't accept a digital driver's license. All very odd. Finally, in other news, I'd like to thank the organisers, the volunteers, city staff and the police department for helping make the Louisville Turkey Trot such a success for another year. I can't express how much I'd like the city to support events that bring people together, especially for exercise, which is important for both physical and mental health. I can't say the same, though, for the 8 people I saw after the turkey trot walking up the east side of SH42. This happens regularly, but I'm rarely in a safe position to take pictures. As the city winds inevitably towards building an underpass across SH42, I'd like to remind the mayor, since I think he was the only one on the dais at the time, that 8 years ago I first raised the issue of no path, sidewalk or trail on that side of the road. I hope it won't be overlooked for much longer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have any other? Okay. All right, next is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next is council informational comments and committee reports. I want to start by echoing Mr. Cathcart's comments. I was really pleased with the turkey trot. I was in it myself, and I know that others were. Appreciate all the staff who worked and cleared the snow, because I know that that happened on the day before the run, and made it all really manageable for those of us. Goodness knows how many people finally ran it, but a lot of money was made for the purpose of fighting hunger in the run. So there's that, and I appreciate all of the organizers of that event, because again, a lot of them put in time, which is not compensated. They've been doing it year after year after year. And the folks who came and supported, all the volunteers, it was really a delight. And one of those kinds of events that I think most participants would say help to make this community very special and renew that every single year. And also an event that draws people from all over the place, particularly because it's Thanksgiving and a lot of people have family and friends in for the holidays. So again, nice work to everybody who was connected with it, ran with it, and thank you, Mr. Cathcart, for recognizing that yourself. Are there other council comments? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to make a public endorsement, I guess, or announcement of today is International Day of Persons with Disabilities. With a focus on challenges faced by people living with disabilities. The day doesn't discriminate between mental and physical disabilities, and the spirit of the day is to ensure that all people in the world have equal opportunities for work, play, health, and success. People with disabilities can be, and very often are, contributing and valued members of society, and today is all about appreciating them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Good time to talk about a committee update?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's exactly the time to do that.
So last month, attended a Dr. meeting, and we had huge turnout, which was really terrific from all the municipalities. A lot of times we're missing quite a few people at these meetings, and even in the summertime, sometimes decisions can't be made and there's not enough attending. So a lot of great people in attendance. It was really cool. A couple of big things I just wanted to point out that were brought up. There's a Ride Alliance project that Dr. Cog is working on, and what that's going to do is create like a trip hub to make it easier for people who need to participate in this to get transportation, whether that's for groceries or food shopping or thank you, repetitive, to church or whatever it is that they want to do, get to a doctor's appointment. They no longer have to call like 4 or 5 different ride shares. The program will allow them to call one central location, and that will source out to everybody until one of the companies responds and says, yes, we can take you where you need to go. It will make it a million times easier for our seniors. There'll be phone service available, since not all seniors can use apps on their phone. They probably still carry cash. So they want to make sure that everybody feels, comfortable and included, and they're working on a program to make it even more accessible for people who have limited mobility as well in this program, and expanding it. So Dr. Cog's putting a lot of time, money, and effort into this. And this will be something that everybody in the Denver metro region can participate in who are in need in their senior program. The other thing is there's an update to the Regional Housing Needs Assessment that came through. Dr. Cog had approved one earlier in the year. The city of Louisville has done one. There are now some new sustainability measures that are going to be included in this housing needs assessment. And so there'll be more information obviously going through our staff and then coming to us, but just so everybody's aware, there are that might come across our desk again with some additional information. And lastly, and this is just kind of cool because we keep working to, strive to be a better, more inclusive council and community and, really be aware of diversity, equity, inclusion. So the DRCOG made a point of changing some of the guidelines for nominating committees to subcommittees to make certain to include not only regional diversity, right? So you have people in the north and south and central Denver, but also gender and ethnic diversity in this conversation to more equitably determine needs and how spending is happening. So it was a good one. It was a lot of information. So just want to let you guys know.
Thank you, Councilmember Kern. Others? One last announcement. Next Wednesday, that is the 11th of December, there is going to be the annual Senior Services Holiday Luncheon at the Louisville Recreation and Senior Center. And that's always an awful lot of fun. And it's pretty inexpensive. So if you are over or 60 and over, there's a suggested donation of $4.25 that you could bring to the event. Folks under 60 are, of course, invited as well. They pay a little bit more, $12. If you can go to the city website and register by 1:30 p.m. the day before the event, that would be nice so that they can make sure to have enough food. Yes, Council or Mayor Pro Tem.
I might be stealing it from City Manager Fox, but this Friday is the Parade of Lights. So I just want to make sure we all know that the Chamber of Commerce is putting that on with a lot of help from the city, I'm sure, but it should be a really fun event Friday night, starting around 5:30 with the parade being around 7. So I hope you guys come down and check it out. It should be a lot of fun.
Thanks. One last time? Okay, good. City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, you've covered a few of the things I've covered, and that's always okay. With the Parade of Lights on Friday, it is also First Friday, and our library and museum will be open at 5. Be sure to check out those events, and then use those as a warm-up stop if you need to, and go back out to the parade. We also have a Police Department community conversation tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Rec Center. Please feel free to join them and have a great conversation with our chief and some of our police staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our first item of regular business is ordinance number 1889, Series 2024, an ordinance amending Title V of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning liquor and marijuana licensing. It's a first reading, so we're setting a public hearing tonight, not having the public hearing tonight. Do we have a motion to set the public hearing for December 17th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good. Second matter, item 10B, is ordinance number 1887, Series 2024, an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning the regulation of natural medicine businesses in the city of Louisville and amending Title 9 to establish penalties for unlawful use and cultivation of natural medicine. Second reading. This is the public hearing. It's advertised on Daily Camera on November 10th, 2024. I'm going to open the public hearing with staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Matt Post, Senior Planner on the Community Development Team. Tonight we'll be considering Ordinance 1887, recommending approval of an ordinance to allow and regulate natural medicine businesses and to establish penalties for unlawful use and cultivation of natural medicine in accordance with Senate Bill 23290. Quick refresher on the topic. In November of 2022, Colorado voters passed Proposition 122, which along with Senate Bill 23290 decriminalized the possession, cultivation, sharing, and use of psilocybin and other related substances. The new state law designates psilocybin and those other related substances as natural medicine. The law permits the supervised use of natural medicine and the cultivation, manufacturing, and testing of natural medicine at natural medicine businesses. Again, a reminder, the law states that local jurisdictions may not prohibit natural medicine businesses, though we may regulate the time, place, and manner of natural medicine businesses. The state plans to begin accepting applications for natural medicine business licenses. That would include all natural medicine business types. We'll cover that later, on December 31st of 2024. They indicate the intent to begin issuing licenses for those businesses between February and March of 2025, with an anticipated operation date for those natural medicine businesses in May of 2025. So coming up quickly. If you recall, staff presented a discussion and direction memorandum to the City Council on September 3rd to inform Council of the city's obligation under SB 23290, and then request feedback and direction in preparation for the draft ordinance that's being presented tonight. At that meeting, we defined natural medicine businesses, discussed recommended zone districts, and then also additional supplemental regulations, if you recall. I think generally we found agreement, although there were items of discussion that we can chat about further. But again, we found agreement with proposed definitions and regulations. And some of those additional discussions, if you recall, included hours of operation, what other jurisdictions were doing at the time, and then some additional buffer standards that we had taken from some recommendations from other jurisdictions who were in the same process of adopting this ordinance. So based on that information, staff drafted the ordinance and presented that to the Planning Commission on October 10th. The Planning Commission recommended approval on October 10th. So we're presenting tonight. So I'll be a bit redundant on the next few slides. As again, you all received the majority of this information on September 3rd. However, want to be sure that helping you all make an informed decision, and then also for the public that are watching. So again, under the new state law, the use of natural medicine for mental health treatment or other medicinal purposes is restricted to natural medicine healing centers. Staff, as we discussed, and I believe council agreed at the time, anticipate that those uses will operate similarly to professional and medical offices and therapy offices as well. Natural medicine at those centers would be administered by a trained facilitator licensed at the state level, rather. Natural medicine healing sessions, if you recall, would last 4 to 6 hours, depending on the individual and their ability to metabolize the natural medicine. The state law requires that facilitators include transportation plans for those folks that would be patients of natural medicine. Natural medicine businesses also include facilities for the cultivation, manufacture, and testing of natural medicine products. The facilities will specialize in, again, cultivating psilocybin mushrooms and producing those related products. Staff anticipated those uses to be similar to a manufacturing or light industrial use. Moving into some of the special regulations, as we discussed, part of the state requirement includes buffer standards for the natural medicine business uses. And there's a bit of clarification here. If you recall, when we had presented this on September 3rd, the state was still in the rulemaking process. Since presenting, and actually since drafting the ordinance, we found that the buffer standard actually only applies to natural medicine healing centers, not natural medicine cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facilities. So our draft ordinance actually requires the buffer that's required by the state, a 1,000-foot buffer from childcare facilities and schools. Our ordinance reflects that buffer requirement for all natural medicine business uses. Again, the actual rulemaking only requires that from a natural healing center. So if you take a look at the buffer map on the screen, the area that would apply to, or rather that would be under consideration for a buffer requirement that's not required by the state, would be in CTC, where there is a licensed child care facility right now. The way the ordinance that staff have drafted is written would actually prohibit any natural medicine facility use in that location. Just wanted to make sure that council was aware of that. So again, new rulemaking, buffer only applies at the state level to natural medicine healing centers. Our version of the ordinance applies it to all natural medicine businesses, including cultivation, manufacturing, and testing. So again, the buffer map on this slide is reflective of all K through 12 schools in the city and all licensed childcare facilities. This is a changing map. This is will not be an adopted policy map. It's simply reflective of current licensed facilities. Looking at this map again, you can see that natural medicine businesses would be permitted in zone districts essentially that are not yellow or green, right? We talked about this: yellow residential areas, green open space areas. And then it's also important to note, which we discussed at length during the discussion and direction, that currently under the buffer, natural medicine healing centers would be precluded from downtown Louisville, although we did not include any specific language in the ordinance that would prohibit those businesses. Again, the map is reflective of current licensed facilities, and they would not be permitted in downtown Louisville at this time. So again, staff did not include any prohibition on those businesses in downtown Louisville, just based on the discussion that we had. And so as stated, staff and city council via the our discussion and direction anticipate that natural medicine healing centers would operate similar to therapy offices and medical offices. So we aligned those uses and the zone districts with existing medical and dental offices. Similarly, we anticipated natural medicine cultivation, manufacturing, and testing to operate similar to the light industrial and manufacturing use. And so again, we aligned those cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facility uses to be permitted in our industrial zone district, which is primarily CTC. The ordinance being presented tonight also includes an update to Title IX of the Louisville Municipal Code related to criminal offenses for natural medicine. That's part of the new Senate bill and part of the rulemaking process. We folded it into this particular ordinance. I can't necessarily answer too many questions about that for you because it's not under the purview of planning. Our staff attorney might be able to answer any additional questions on that. And so with that, again, Planning Commission recommended approval on October 10th, 2024, and staff are recommending approval of Ordinance 1887, amending Title IX and Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code regarding natural medicine. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, questions for staff? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Thanks for that presentation. Had a few questions. One of them is, I guess, more of like a clarification. In terms of the Title IX portion, does the city have any kind of say in terms of what goes into that, or is that pretty much all set at the state level?
I'd probably defer to our attorney on that. So that would be for, again, criminal. I believe it's just to align with the state requirements, simply because natural medicine has now been legalized and specifically defined. And so the Title IX criminal portion, I believe, relates directly to the illegal possession and the illegal cultivation of what is now defined as natural medicine. But,
And I can chime in. The Title IX section is specifically to allow our municipal court to hear these cases. So if we don't have that in, then they would automatically be taken to district court. So this gives, we spoke with both the judge and the prosecutor, and we think similar to how we handle minors in possession or liquor violations, we kind of like, if they're lower level cases, that they come to our court and they go through a kind of a more personal process rather than sending.
Okay, that's very helpful. Let's see. I was also wondering, so between, when the council previously discussed this or when Planning Commission previously discussed this, have any other municipalities adopted the requisite ordinances? And if they have, do you know if they've made any particular choices or for their municipalities that might be of interest to us?
yeah, so I think my answer will be generally similar to what's been previously and with Planning Commission, and that not many other jurisdictions that we're aware of in the state of Colorado have actually adopted an ordinance. There were several jurisdictions that were well ahead of the curve, I think Parker and Castle Rock being two of them. I think some of the anecdotal feedback we received on those particular ordinances is that they were overly restrictive. They applied residential buffer standards. They had pretty significant limitations on hours of operation, or rather limitations on hours of operation that were just more generally acceptable for a medical office. So we didn't have a lot to go off. We relied on the state rulemaking process there, and I'm not aware of any other similar jurisdictions that have adopted the ordinance as of yet.
Okay. And then one other question for the moment. The clarification you made about the buffer applying to healing centers versus cultivation centers, did Planning Commission get to discuss that distinction, or was it not clear at the time of their meeting?
Yeah, we did not. Planning Commission did not get to discuss that, no.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
To that same question, what I heard from you was sort of like you guys did it a certain way because you kind of thought it was going that way. The state changed, but you guys haven't changed it intentionally, or just that's just where we are in the process, and it would be up to us now to make that adjustment. Like, is there a reason that staff would want to maintain that buffer for production facilities?
I don't know there's a reason that staff would want to maintain it. I would say that the initial part of your question there was, I think staff were unaware that the buffer only applied to natural medicine healing centers. It was finalized through the rulemaking process, so we applied it to all natural medicine businesses. Obviously, in drafting the ordinance, that we took the Planning Commission in October. That was October 10th, so we had prepared the ordinance well before that. I think final rulemaking occurred somewhere in the middle to late of October. So it was just recently brought to light. I don't think that staff necessarily has a position on it that would where we would look for it to be retained. Rather, our version of the ordinance. Again, I think the only area that we would see that be impacted would be in the CTC and that 1,000-foot buffer around that existing childcare facility. So it's happy to obviously take any considerations from council on how you all feel about that.
Yeah, so I think I understand that because that facility wouldn't be allowed in a neighborhood anyway, which is where most of the buffering issues are happening. And so the only real buffering issue you pointed out was in the CTC. So, I mean, I'd be interested to talk about that in our discussion.
And then I'll just add, if I can, Councilor Dickinson, that again, the natural medicine is not actually administered, remember, just at manufacturing cultivation facilities, right? So, again, the buffer doesn't apply there. No one is actually being administered natural medicine there, so.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. Another question off of that same line of thinking there. So natural medicine isn't administered at the production facilities, but one can purchase the medicine. Do you have to be a licensed healer to purchase it, or can anybody go up and purchase it from the production facility?
You would have to be a licensed facilitator in order to actually transport natural medicine from one facility to another. It's not commercially available.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? I just want to understand the map a little bit. If you could put that up there again for us and the viewing audience.
Sorry.
I'm looking for it again. Yeah. Now, this is the map, as you've said, that includes buffers that assumed that manufacturing and cultivation facilities would be subject to the 1,000-foot limit, right? So the way that would look if, the only difference is that circle wouldn't appear at all, and and it looks like the only other place in the city is, right off of Empire Road, and some of that is already occupied and will be occupied. I don't think that the tasting room is planning to do any manufacture of natural medicine. And that's really the only change to that particular map that would make it sort of consistent with the actual rules that came down. I don't know how these facilities operate. I mean, I think it's probably natural, at least for me, to think of marijuana cultivation facilities when I'm doing this, even though there may be, significant differences. I'm just not an expert in that. I suspect staff isn't either. I don't know whether it is, there must have been a reason why that buffer was taken out of the state rules. I don't know what that is. Have you any information on that?
I would just clarify, I'm not necessarily certain that it was ever taken out. So I don't know that that's the case. I just know that in the final rulemaking process, natural medicine healing centers were the only ones where the buffer applied.
Yeah, and I'm remembering it now that we didn't have those rules at all in front of us. We were making the assumption. I think you covered that. Because I'm just wondering, for the sake of argument, whether there's any good reason to deviate from what the rules permit. I'm not saying one way or another, but we don't have a lot of information or expertise around this. And I presume that we haven't gotten any public comment on manufacturing and cultivation.
We have not. I can add maybe a little flavor to, I think, where
Please.
you're going with this. And so I think the state has indicated that they've, there two entities of the state will handle licensing, the Department of Revenue, and there's another department that I haven't written down, I'm sorry, but they've indicated that.
Is that the Department of Regulatory Affairs?
Yes, DORA, yes, absolutely. And just via the rulemaking process, they've indicated that the model that they're pursuing is not the model that they've pursued or allowed for medical marijuana. Rather, they've really scaled up their licensing procedures, and they're basing it on a therapeutic model. And I say that because they've implemented pretty significant requirements around licensing, security measures, limitations on how much product a manufacturing, cultivation, testing facility can actually have at any given time, and then again, strict regulations around the transport of that product, and specifically that it's not commercially available. So just not sure whether that helps your decision at all, but.
No, that clarification is helpful. Are there any other questions folks have? Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Cooperman.
A question related to the map as well. Could you remind me about the commercial neighborhood zoning designation? I think where there would be a special review use for a healing center. Just what is allowed in that zoning, under that zoning, and why would it be a special review use?
Sure. So commercial neighborhood and industrial, both of those zone districts, our current codified ordinance, medical and professional offices are only permitted as special review uses in those commercial neighborhood and industrial zone districts. Mm-hmm. And so really just as a matter of practicality, we, in aligning the natural medicine healing center use with offices, we opted to keep that same requirement, again, because the uses are similar in nature, and so we kept the special review use requirement with commercial neighborhood and industrial.
Okay. And then one other small question relating to hours of operation. Again, drawing on that analogy with medical or professional offices, do we have anything about hours of operation for those types of uses, or not?
Yeah, we don't. I will say, again, council deliberated on this at the discussion portion. And I think some of the feedback we got from initially from folks who may opt for facilitator licenses, they indicated that allowing broader access to natural medicine because of, again, that 4 to 6 hour administration or session period, that by expanding hours of operation, we would allow for broader access to treatment. I think there was some, again, discussion with council about that. We looked for to some other jurisdictions. Again, Parker and Castle Rock adopted an 8 to 5 restriction on hours of operation and actually restricted their weekend operation as well. We aligned it with medical marijuana. Medical marijuana hours of operation are 8 to 10 p.m. And again, some of the feedback we received from those medical professionals was that they would prefer to see those hours of operation to allow for more access to natural medicine.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, since this is an ordinance, we've got 2 rounds of public comments or 2 opportunities. Do we have any folks signed up?
We have Mark Cathcart.
Okay.
Good evening again, Mayor, City staff. I am still Mark Cathcart and I still live in Louisville. I actually wrote out a whole piece, probably better described as a rant for tonight. I'm going to use some of the points that I made, but I won't read the whole thing because I just think I'm just frustrated by the planning and scheduling of this ordinance, along with the map that goes with it. Can I implore the council not to accept the map that you're seeing in Schedule F again? It's just not detailed enough. When the first marijuana ordinance came through, it was the same map. It was incomplete. When the second ordinance came through, it was incomplete. I complained. Nothing happened to the map. When you saw it, it was incomplete. When it went to planning, it was incomplete. I stood up at planning and explained why it was incomplete, and it's now more complete. I don't know if it's complete. I just know it's more complete because they added a school that I spoke about during the marijuana dispensary ordinance revision. So this is deeply frustrating for those of us in the city, and I can't be the only one because I have at least 9 other neighbours that know I was going to come here tonight and know what I was going to say to you. For my part, I'd rather have a natural medicines healing centre in the dispensary that you, the dais, not you, the people, put 100 feet from my bedroom, whose dark sky lighting towers 30 feet above my bedroom. It is on from 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 8:30 in the morning, every night. That wouldn't have been allowed if you'd have used the accurate map that shows where we actually lived in relation to the schools that have been added subsequently. So, I'm happy to see that that's finally made it, but you really can't. For those of us that live adjacent to commercial, retail, and industrial areas, that granular map is not good enough. So I'd personally like to see natural medicine centres actually accelerated. 150 hours is more than enough for a practitioner to understand what goes on and how to treat people. They do, as planning have pointed out, need more time. It is a 4 to 6 hour treatment, so expecting them to be able to turn people over or even encouraging them to turn people over more quickly.
Mark, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Yep, thank you. So if you can, I would go for longer hours. I would be quite happy to see them open until 10 o'clock. Perhaps they turn the lights off
Thank you,
rather
Mark.
than the 6 owners that have been in the dispensary since you have.
Thanks, Mark. We can go back. Are there any other public comments that you've got there? Okay. Go back for our first round of discussion. Yeah. Councilmember Hamilton.
Can staff help us understand, the map that we're seeing? You mentioned changes over time as schools are added or removed when someone comes to apply for a permit, or even before then. How is this 1,000-foot buffer calculated?
So, thank you, Mr. Cathcart. Of course, he mentioned a school that we had neglected that was outside of our jurisdiction during the last planning commission, so I appreciate him bringing that up. As we had mentioned, this is not an adopted map. It's not adopted with the ordinance. We will run the buffer internally every time we get an application for a natural medicine facility. I believe the state will also run its own buffer. It's important to note that we'll do that through the sales and use tax license process. When we get those applications in, we'll utilize Boulder County tools to run the buffer. Staff have recommended that the buffer be applied property line to property line. So from those places where schools and licensed childcare facilities, the property boundary, and then to the property boundary of the proposed use, that's in line with the method or the rule of measurement for other buffers that we institute. And so again, that would be the rule of measurement. And again, just for clarity, not an adopted map. We'll run that map every time.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yeah, I have a question on the locations of schools and preschools in particular. If there is a medical facility in place, is a preschool not allowed to then open within 1,000 feet of the facility?
That's an interesting question. I don't know that we came to an answer on that. I don't know that anything in our ordinance would preclude a preschool from opening in that location. I wasn't able to find anything in the rulemaking process as of yet for what that would look like. So I don't necessarily have an answer for you, that one, Councilor Fahey.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Yeah, Councilmember.
So I guess similarly, on this, continue with that one. If there's a facility already in place, and maybe we can just base it on how we do the marijuana dispensaries, if when they come up for renewal of a license, and there is a new school or something that is within that, have we historically then not renewed a license and saying you shouldn't be operational because you're too close, or?
Marijuana licenses are renewed. Once you're in location, you're able, as long as you meet all your compliances, you're able to renew every year.
So this
It doesn't, if a preschool moves in after you've moved in, that's not the cause, that's not the fault of the marijuana licensee.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
I'll just add to Councilor Curtin that we, as far, I said this previously, but as far as licensing applications for preschools, in-home daycare facilities, we do not see those. Those go directly through the state. The only time we'll see those is if the state actually requires a zoning verification from planning staff. So we actually, we don't see those through the planning department.
Director?
I just wanted to add that there is some difference between what's being proposed for the buffer here and the marijuana buffer. The marijuana buffer is 1,000 feet, but it's only from a public or private elementary, middle, junior high, or high school. So there is no preschool buffer for marijuana retail.
Different subject. Marijuana is a different subject. I mean, I thank you for the clarifications, and for the clarification on the map. The map is something that planning uses at any given time when there is a decision to be made, as I understand it, right?
Well, yeah, I'll say that the map was strictly for informative purposes of where the existing licensed facilities are. Again, we will not utilize that map. It's not adopted. We will not utilize it for any future licensing applications. We will run a new buffer every time, similar to public noticing. right? When we have a public notice requirement for a hearing, we get in, we run a buffer, we have a list of addresses. We'll do the same thing through a state database. We'll run a buffer with a new license application.
I guess to the point that was made earlier, on the map that you have, but for the one circle there that in the industrial area that you said is inconsistent with the minimum requirement of state law, is it accurate?
To our knowledge, yes, yeah. And I'll just, and again, I'll add a little bit of information to that too. The school that Mr. Cathcart had mentioned was the Lafayette Community School, if I believe that's what the name of it is, just outside of the jurisdictional boundary of the city. So there are 2 schools on the map that are just outside our jurisdictional boundary. And so staff will just have to be aware that when we run that buffer, that we'll have to apply that standard outside of our jurisdictional boundary as it applies to schools. Again, the state in issuing a license, I would have to imagine, would also be running a similar buffer in their databases. So
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay. Second round of public comment. No one? Okay.
If I can, Mayor.
You may, absolutely.
I honestly
Come
just
forward.
have a clarification. I don't want to seem to be a whinger. My point about the map is, I'm Mark Cathcart. I live in Louisville. My point about the map is that tonight, you, the dais, and in all the prior meetings, are not licensing anything. You're making citywide changes to the zoning and what's allowed in certain properties. My point is that process is flawed using that map, right? When I sat here when you did it for marijuana and used that map, it was the last, I guess it was 2 times ago, when the trash thing, I came as the president of the HOA to speak in favor of the trash change. I sat and watched you approve using that map, and then the next time I found out that I was going to get a dispensary in my backyard was when the surveyors were on the property and we went and asked them. I had no idea, because you weren't required to notify anybody because it was a citywide change. That, as in tonight, is what makes that map unacceptable, right? So it's using the map to make citywide changes. It doesn't give the residents that will be affected by those changes fair notice, because you're not required to notice them, right? And if you remember, under Mayor Stolzman, I then campaigned for a couple of years, and eventually the dais and the city council approved a modification to the distance for notices to 750 feet, because many of myself and many of my neighbors were getting notices from Lafayette planning, even though we lived in Louisville, that the same change. So that was my point about the map, all right? I mean, I really do think that natural medicine centers are a good thing. I know people that have been through treatment with this. They are a good thing. I think the facilitators have to invest time and money in this. It really is a much better business, I think, than just straight marijuana dispensaries. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Cathcart. Any other public comment? Okay, let's go back to council comments. I guess one point of clarification, just I was, I think, the one who proposed the 750-foot notice, but that was not for notifying people that an ordinance was going to be changed. This is, the notices that we place. Yeah, I understand. The notices that we place on on the through the notice process in the city is the notice of changes in ordinances, and that's true of all ordinances. We don't distinguish between the point of the ordinance or the content of the ordinance and the notice requirements. We do when there's a planning change. That's a whole different ballgame because it's an application of the ordinance to a particular piece of property. One thing I guess I wanted to ask, we can raise all kinds of issues. I think one issue that's sort of out there is do we, if we want this ordinance to be passed, and that seemed to be a direction that we were headed when we did a discussion of direction, do we want to kind of raise the standard and use the the 1,000-foot border or a buffer out in CTC for manufacturing and cultivation? That's one question I have. There may be others that folks have, but I guess I'd like to start with that one. Unless somebody has just sort of fundamental disagreement with the whole ordinance, then maybe we ought to deal with that first. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think I would I would prefer an ordinance that doesn't have anything different than the state minimums. I see this as, a psychotherapist's office meets a dentist's office, using, drugs to put someone under. I mean, this is not a strip club. This is not a party central thing. This is therapy using a certain natural medicine. Like this just isn't. I think it's got a lot of stigma attached to it, but I think I don't see any reason to limit the hours of operation. I only hear reasons not to. Again, I think pointing out you don't want people trying to get people out quickly. You want people, administering it as they should and letting people recover as long as it takes. As I said, metabolizing it in the time it takes. And so, if I want to show up we had this conversation last time, but if I want to show up at 6 o'clock, I'm not there's just nothing who cares if I go to my dentist at 6 a.m? I just don't understand why we would put restrictions on this kind of treatment. And again, if it was a dance club, right, it's a different topic. We may not want, people serving alcohol until 3 a.m. Those are rules we have. I get that, but this is just treatment. And so we don't tell, hospitals when they can and can't administer treatment. It just seems weird to me. So I wouldn't put any additional restrictions on any of this. And so that would include the buffer. I would only have the buffer on the health centers and not on any of the industrial stuff. So that would remove it from those, but it would keep it for, again, except the state is setting that minimum. So I would just take ours down to match the state minimum.
Other comments? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
So what would be the repercussions if there was something to open, it was, outside of these 1,000-foot limitations, and there were issues? Let's say it's something that opened up in a residential community, and the neighbors had concerns and they filed complaints. What are the repercussions for it? Would it be handled like all of our other licensing things? They wouldn't get renewed if there's a certain number of complaints, or how does that work?
It should be clear that the new state rules do not allow for local licensing of this. So we have nobody's getting licensed through us, going through a licensing authority. All of that will be done through the state.
And we're not sure then because it's still too soon, we don't know what those restrictions would be?
I believe they're still working on the rulemaking.
So I'm going to express a concern that I have that we're allowing this in residential. I mean, we're saying as long as it's within, not within 1,000 feet of.
That's inaccurate. We're not allowing it in residential.
We are, though. We're saying it just can't be 1,000 feet near a school, right?
Yeah, just asking.
So no natural medicine businesses would be permitted in a residential zone district, notwithstanding mixed use residential where medical offices are permitted. but our single-family residential, which is the majority, RM, RH, all of those zoning districts, not permitted there.
Okay, so if there's a psychiatrist's office in a residential community and they have a licensed psychiatric business, they will not be allowed to be practicing this in that office then?
Yeah, there should not be a medical practice in a residential community, and part of the or in a residential zone district. If there is one, it's operating as a non-conforming use or maybe isn't formally licensed. And then we've also included provisions that we do not permit natural medicine businesses as a home occupation. So there should not be a natural medicine business use occurring in a residential zone district, again, outside of the MUR district, which would only be in the Highway 42 revitalization area.
So then, as we kind of heard from one of our residents, there are residential neighborhoods that are right adjacent then to the commercial properties where we would allow this. And if we don't know how the state is going to be controlling or handling resident, concerns, if there are any, because that's not regulated by us at this point, right? I mean, if we're not licensing it, we're not regulating, but we do for other, we do it for alcohol, we do it for marijuana. So this would not be, this would be done at a state level. So we, as a community, if we have a concern, our citizens have a concern, they can't come to us. They have to take their complaint to the state to have this navigated. We will have no say. The residents will have nothing that we can do to facilitate in helping them with any concerns. Am I understanding that correctly?
I just want to be clear on your concern, Counselor, that and so the concern is that the natural medicine businesses are permitted adjacent to residential uses.
Right, like
correct?
in the zoning where we allow them to be, just like a dentist's office, right? Don't usually probably get a whole lot of residential complaints from a dentist's office, but I'm just saying, if it is a neighboring community to one of these commercial areas, I feel uncomfortable personally saying, sure, put anything in, Louisville can't regulate it. If our residents have a concern, there is somebody who is not practicing within the guidelines of their license, our hands are tied because it's not by, you're saying, no, because that's what Maris was just saying, that we won't be controlling the licensing. The state of Colorado will, so they'll have to go to the state, not to our municipality with any of their complaints. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that piece.
Yeah, the way the ballot issue was written said the state will handle licensing. So that was what was approved by the voters. That there's nothing the city can do to license them here.
Okay. I thought I would bring it up, but it concerns me that we lose that ability to listen to our community.
We don't lose it, though. We didn't have it. I mean, the way, this is the challenge of these kinds of ballot measures. I mean, this one in particular, I mean, I got to tell you, I certainly have some knowledge of how challenging it is to try to oversee a complete new regime of medicines in the Colorado economy with no period of rulemaking before it goes into effect. It's been a nightmare for municipalities, for governments at every level. But that was the vote. And that's kind of the hard thing. I think it was, we dealt with this some with respect to marijuana when we went through multiple revisions of the rules because sometimes people came forward and they said, we don't like this, we don't want this. And within, we've got some ability to regulate. We're doing some regulation right now, but and there are criminal penalties for certain conduct relating to the natural medicine centers. That's why we're changing Section 9. So I think one of the things that's challenging here is that this is not analogous to a marijuana, kind of recreational or otherwise, marijuana sales or dispensary. it's analogous to a medical center. It is that kind of use. Not quite, because there are limitations. The 1,000-foot limitation is not something that a dental office has. There are compromises in the rulemaking, clearly there were. But I think I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I think when we're talking about regulating medical businesses, which is what we're doing here, we ought to have pretty good reasons for what regulations we do put in place. And, you know, that's why I'm asking the question about, do we go above and beyond the state? Mayor Pro Tem said there's no real reason to do that. We're not solving a problem, in a different way of putting it, by having that extra buffer where it's not mandated. I agree with that. And, you know, we can talk further about that. But it's hard because I think people often do associate, you know, magic mushrooms, psilocybin, and these other substances with, you know, with marijuana and other kinds of psychotropic medications. Although what the, you know, the CTC map, the one that we saw that has the extra regulation kind of built into it, it's really, it's a business like if you were cultivating, what's the herb? St. John's wort, which is a psychoactive substance, which isn't regulated. That's kind of the thing that you're doing, and that's probably a better analog than marijuana, even though one could make an argument that there's not as much difference as similarity. But I do think that, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I think we don't have a reason to go beyond it. And we haven't gotten any public, you know, a lot of public comments on this, either at the Planning Commission or here. We have had a comment by Mr. Cathcart about this, but I'm, you know, I think we have to go on the record we've got. Yeah, go ahead.
So just as a point of clarification, I actually do support this as a treatment. I didn't mean to make it sound like I don't. I also recognize a responsibility to express concern that residents who might not be in this room today and who may or may not participate in this but live near a facility that does, that it is a new type of, you know, medical natural medicine that's going to be practiced. There are a lot of unknowns. The control being handled at the state and the complaints being handled at the state. I just wanted to acknowledge that we will have a process, or that the residents will have a process if there are concerns. You know, if they live near one of these medical facilities, I do think it is a great opportunity for people who need care. I am glad that it's available for them. Just, I didn't want to make it sound like I didn't. And on the point of the industrial, honestly, I agree too. I think that we don't need to put my personal opinion is I don't see the same reasoning behind putting the 1,000-foot perimeter in the industrial for the manufacturing or growing of the psychedelics. I don't think we need to do that, and I agree in not restricting the hours of treatment. I think if people need this, we should make it available to them.
Thank you, Councilmember Kern. Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question regarding hours of operation, and it may be something that's already addressed in our municipal code. And it's, you know, if we move forward with the proposed hours of operation as written in the ordinance, which I think is 8 to 10, which is longer than typical office hours, right? Are there already limitations in our code, or would they need to be considered tonight regarding lighting of office and that sort of thing, so it's not disruptive to the residents who are nearby these facilities?
There's obviously we do have lighting standards in our commercial design guidelines and our industrial design guidelines. If we were to receive an application that included a modification to that site, we'd have the ability to enforce those lighting standards. Obviously, as the council is aware, we don't have any dark sky policy at the moment, and our actual municipal code is actually relatively lacking in lighting policy. So we would, from a dark sky perspective, if that's where you're going with this, I apologize for kind of extrapolating, but we would really refer on the commercial and industrial design guidelines for lighting. We do have nuisance provisions, however, right, within the ordinance, and they do that explicitly relate to lighting if they do come up as a nuisance item. So,
I'll just add, the commercial design standards do not have time limitations within the lighting standards.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that it's not something specifically to be addressed tonight, but there are opportunities for improvement potentially in our code as it relates to this, especially if we're going to have expanded hours of operations for facilities such as this in close proximity to residents. It's outside the scope of tonight, but there might be opportunity of conversation.
Right, there's always an
later
opportunity to
Okay.
change our standards if council wants to through an ordinance amendment or an amendment to the design
A
standards.
different conversation. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Anybody else from the discussion? Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman.
First, just want to make a clarification. So the zone districts where we are allowing healing centers or cultivation, are those entirely our choices, or is some of that dictated by the state?
those would be entirely our choices. We can regulate time, place, and manner.
Okay. And I'm just a little bit curious how my fellow council members feel about, are those too restrictive or not restrictive enough? I mean, they're only, right, like for instance, it's basically just the CTC where you could cultivate, whereas maybe that should be allowed in other parts of the city. I'm not quite sure. Just wondering if that is of interest for discussion.
Certainly is up for discussion. Go ahead.
Is that my my memory of the map is the CTC? I'm just going off of what Councilmember Cooperman just said. Is the CTC really the only area you can cultivate, or is the McCaslin area? Are there pieces along the McCaslin area that are in the right zone?
Yeah, the only areas eligible for cultivation would be CTC, and then the area that's just north of Pine,
Right.
where the wastewater treatment
That
plant.
tiny little strip. Okay.
There's one other industrial property just south where there's a storage center on the east side of 96th Street, south of East Street. That storage center, that's industrial zone, so there could be cultivation there too.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that is interesting, right? Because again, this is not cultivation is not like it's just a building with something going on inside, right? It's not like a field with mushrooms growing wild in a field, right? Like so, like you're just thinking about like what's going on inside that building, what's going on inside biodesics, right? What's going on inside some of these other buildings, and it does seem maybe a little odd to not allow basically laboratory work to be happening in the McCaslin area, for instance. So that's it. I don't. Right. So we're talking about there are two different things, right? There's the health centers, right, where people are going to have this administered, and then production. And so I get that we're not wanting either. It doesn't sound like there's appetite for either to be happening in a residential area with or without a school near it. Like we don't want this in homes, either production or administering. But yeah, it seems to me that maybe the production is a little restrictive if there's only one place in town really it can happen, when it doesn't seem to be a public nuisance or anything that the public would even interact with. So it's a little odd to me. I don't know if there's a simple solution to that.
Does that, and I think along with that, does that there's a lot of implications regarding changing. I'm just wondering what the ramifications are for other kinds of businesses.
Yeah, so I think that's where we would maybe ask you to put some thought is that there's probably, so the reason it fits well in an industrial district is those buildings usually, you know, there's heavy ventilation, there's water needs, those types of things. I don't know a lot. Again, I'm leaning a little bit on marijuana. I know this would be nothing like marijuana, but it is also, you know, you'd have the type of buildings in industrial zones and compatible uses. So you may, even though you could compartmentalize growing the mushrooms, you might have to have heavy ventilation, you know, other things to make sure it's safe, and other businesses may not feel compatible with that, more standard offices.
Other comments? You know, this sounds like a really, maybe this is a stupid question, and if it is, it is. You know, we're talking about facilities which imply buildings. I'm presuming that there's no way to cultivate any of the substances or mushrooms in any open field in this part of the country.
I'm no expert, but I would tend to agree that I think they're very specific growing
Your very
requirements.
non-expert opinion. That is, okay, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, the word facility is used, I think, throughout the ballot measure and throughout the statute and the rules and everything else. I don't know whether they're...
Well, and then I can just add, through the licensure process, they have security requirements, camera requirements, enclosure requirements, limitations on they can't use fungicides, herbicides, pesticides, and cultivation. So I think that would preclude outdoor operations.
That's good. I guess we can entertain a motion shortly, but it sounds to me like the consensus so far is that there aren't any that the ordinance is generally acceptable, with the exception maybe of section 1716-340, which is looking at subsection B, page 101 of the packet. That if we're going to eliminate the 1,000-foot buffer around natural medicine cultivation facilities, natural medicine product manufacturers, and natural medicine testing facilities, then we need to reflect that in the language of the ordinance, which presumably we can have done just as a result of the motion that someone would make. Because what it says right now is no natural medicine business. And if you go back up to section 1, section 1 of the ordinance, but section 1708-338B, natural medicine businesses include not just the healing centers, but all those others that I just recited, in addition to another licensed entity created by the state licensing authority. Who knows what that's going to be? I don't know that we want to just incorporate that. It seems to me that we don't want to make a decision about something we don't even know. But I would, if we're going to eliminate that, then I think we just have to add some language to the section that I just mentioned 17, 16, 340B, just to distinguish between the 1,000-foot distance. It's really the no natural medicine healing center may be located within 1,000 feet. I think, I don't know how that works with the other entities that might be licensed, might be created by the state, but.
Yeah, I think if you want to get rid of the buffer for cultivation, that 1716 340B, you would simply change it to say no natural medicine cultivation center may be located instead.
No, the other way.
National, healing center, sorry.
Yes, right.
Healing center may be located instead of cultivation, and then strike natural medicine business.
Right, in both places.
In both places. So I think just to, if somebody was going to make a motion, they could include that in the motion.
Okay.
And I think that would solve that issue.
Okay.
If that's the direction council goes.
All right.
I'm happy to make a motion. Curious though about the hours. Like, are we happy with 8 to 10, or do we want 6 to midnight, or do we want no hour restriction? Like, what are people's? I'm probably fine with any of the three. I would go with no restriction. If we're gonna do one, maybe 6 to midnight. But I'm fine losing and doing 8 to 10. I don't think it's still. I mean, this is still pretty. It's 14 hours, so it's not the worst. I just don't. So I don't know if. I'm happy to make a motion. I would probably make a motion with no hour restriction. So if someone wants to do a friendly amendment and add that, you can do that. But if you're okay, Mayor, I could attempt a motion. Or Barbara?
Councilmember Hanley.
Thank you. I think some hours are, well, because it butts right up to mixed-use residential next to residential areas. And I don't think in general people want this happening at all hours of the night. So I think what we discussed previously gives sufficient time for multiple treatments within a day while imposing or minimizing the impacts of residents who are in close proximity to these areas, honestly.
I think that's a reasonable concern. The one thought that I have there is that we have information to suggest that the treatments are between 4 and 6 hours. If we made it 18 hours, however we do it, that would be like 6 a.m. to 12 midnight. That would allow for 3 treatments, potentially. This might only allow for 2. If we're trying to balance kind of equity and the concerns of the neighbors, I don't know whether 6 to 12 might not be maybe a compromise. Yeah. Councilmember Hamilton.
I think if the hours were posted and proposed beyond what we have in here, we might have more people here tonight expressing concern over this ordinance. I mean, help me to understand what other businesses in town have those expanded hours that are in close proximity.
The hospital.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say gas stations, grocery stores, restaurants. I mean,
Okay.
like coffee shops open up potentially as early as 6. Bars go till 2 a.m. I I don't think 6 to midnight in itself is like weird hours. And again, I'm picturing like me walking into my therapist's office. Like the thing that's happening to the neighbors is like one, because they're not allowed in groups. So one person walking into a therapist's office is not like, oh, what's going on in my neighborhood right now? Like there's not a lot of commotion and action, right? You don't have multiple people coming and going. You have one person coming at 6 a.m., noon, and 6 p.m., right? Is like, it's 3 humans coming in and out of that office if there's one provider there. So I agree with what generally we don't want to create a nuisance to our neighbors, right? To people who live close to these places. I just don't really see like a strong nuisance being created, and I don't know that it's very different from 6 to 8 a.m. and from 10 to 12, 10 to midnight. I don't know that like making that extension to allow for 3 6-hour sessions will have a detrimental effect on anyone. I do believe that there will potentially be some residents who are like, I can't believe they're going to let these places be open this whole like having that kind of, but I think in practice when they're happening, I don't think there'll be a lot of pushback to what's taking place at that facility at 9 o'clock at night.
Is this something that could be, like if we adopted it as is tonight, it could be changed at a later time, the hours of operation? Like this is a whole new, right, treatment, a whole new field. Like this is the unknown that we're walking into. Is it better to just go in with no limitations, or is it better to say, we're going to put up a little buffer here, but let's take a look and we're open to expanding it. If an extra 2 hours will give you another patient, let's talk about it and then maybe have a discussion around that.
It's funny. I think you convinced me in the opposite direction. I'm like, yeah, let's just not put any restrictions on it, see how it goes, and if there's a problem, we can put some restrictions on it. You're right. I think you're right.
It's almost harder to, I don't know. I feel like it's harder to once you go big to bring it back in rather than to expand it afterwards.
I'll make a motion.
Sorry, I think there's a comment or answer to one of my
May
questions.
I just add one point of clarification? I think some of the discussion may be assuming one patient per healing center. I know we kind of alluded to that previously. I don't know that that's necessarily the case. The state is delineating between what they're calling a micro healing center, which is a single practitioner, and a healing center. I just want to be clear that based on the rules, multiple patients can likely be administered natural medicine at one time through the processes. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, I think it's the lighting. I mean, I'm thinking of if the building is lit a little longer, that could be a bit. The traffic.
As you've heard, you can have your lights on and be closed. So when you're
True.
open, doesn't seem to matter much.
How about we let me put a motion on the table, and then we can, if we need to discuss it further, we can. So let me close the public hearing. I move passage of ordinance number 1888, series 2024, an ordinance amending Louisville Municipal Code to add a new chapter 3.25 regarding enhanced assistance for targeted business. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Let me go back. Let's try that motion over again. Ordinance number 1887, series 2024, an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning the regulation of natural medicine businesses in the city of Louisville and amending Title 9 to establish penalties for unlawful use and cultivation of natural medicine, as provided by staff with three changes total. One would be in section 6 of the ordinance, which concerns section 1716 340B, and would substitute for the term medicine business or natural medicine business, which occurs twice in that section, to natural medicine healing center, and then changing the hours of operation from 8 and 10 p.m. to 6 and 12 midnight.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Let's take a vote.
I'm sorry, Mayor, can you clarify the hours for the ordinance?
6 a.m. to 12 midnight.
Thank you.
Which would be 18 hours total.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, multiple patients can be treated in one healing center because there could be multiple practitioners operating in that healing center. Is there a maximum amount of practitioners that are allowed in a center?
I do not know.
Okay. Okay. In theory, you could have 10 practitioners treating 10 patients throughout the day with 10 car doors slamming, 10 headlights turning on at midnight next to a residential area. Theoretically.
Potentially.
Okay.
I would say, again, there are limitations on the amount of product that can be in any facility at any given time. I'm sure that would limit the number of patients that would be able to be served.
Are there any limitations to the hours of operations for the cultivation centers that supply to the healing centers?
We have not proposed any.
Okay, so they could be open 24 hours.
I don't believe there's any, I didn't come across any regulation in the rulemaking for hours of operation for cultivation centers, no.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comment? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Just one little follow-up question. A practitioner, can they only have one patient at a time?
So it would be a facilitator would be the terminology, and I'm not necessarily sure of how many patients they can see at one time, but I do know that there's rules regarding the administration of, again, the sessions, but based on my read of the rulemaking, I do believe that they would be able to see multiple patients at one time in different stages of the session.
What happens if we don't pass this tonight?
Well, it means either that we don't pass it, and well, why don't we ask?
Yeah, so does that just mean that there's no limitations come the state allowance of issuing licenses?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd probably defer to Kathleen on how that would work. But just to reiterate, the state will begin accepting applications on the 31st. But not sure how that would apply if we don't adopt an ordinance.
As I understand it, if we don't adopt any local regulations, then it's more, I would say more, I wouldn't want to use the term free-for-all, but it does, then the time, place, and manner restrictions are up to, the state.
Yeah, I mean, do you have a concern about doing it tonight?
It just sounds like we brought up several questions that we probably need to get clarification from the state on this, like, or maybe even further discussion for us for hours of cultivation, releasing, like for picking up the product, or for the number of patients that can be treated at any one center, or the number of patients that can be treated by a single facilitator. I think if we've got concerns about that, so we're concerned about the number of people who can be treated at one place at one time, that we're not regulating right now, and maybe we do want to just come back to it at another time, like, into next year, if we see a lot of licenses being issued, maybe then that's when we have a greater detailed discussion of limiting that. But I was just concerned if we don't pass it, that means there are no restrictions. If we do, at least we have these guidelines.
I will say time, place, and manner are the only things we can regulate. So the number of practitioners in the clinic, the number of clients coming in is outside of our jurisdiction. So if you want to do anything about time, place, and manner, this is your shot.
Councilmember Heffner.
I pulled up the regulations while we've been sitting here. The limit is 4 patients per facilitator and no more than 64 patients total, regardless of how many facilitators. So you could theoretically have 64 people at a time. Who knows if that'll happen.
I mean, the question that you're sort of raising is, are there things that we're going to learn from state regulation in the future? Of course. And we could revisit this issue after passing this tonight, having something in place, which I frankly think it's good to have something in place before the licenses started coming down. Because if we end up waiting until the license come down, the state still hasn't issued additional regulations, which I don't know that we can really guarantee what they're going to do. You're going to have people potentially regulated under maybe different standards for a period of time. So, I mean, I think that's,
I think this is one of those times where we owe staff, our residents do too, a thank you for making sure that we're getting this in and setting the regulations before licenses go out, because if other cities haven't already done this, they may find that they're sorry that they didn't take action to put the restrictions in place first. So I agree. I think it's smart.
okay. Any other comments, questions, discussion, really? Okay, then let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton.
No.
The motion passes. It is 8:30, and we should take a quick time check here. We've got the BAP ordinance. We've got budget amendments, and we've got the council committee assignments, the latter being, I think, something that could be taken care of pretty quickly. But I guess we have our esteemed economic vitality manager here to still, but I want to take a check as between us what we'd like to cover, if we want to plow through, if after a short break, if we want to pass things off to another meeting. I'm open to entertaining comments. Yes, Councilmember
I
Hefner.
personally would save the BAP for another meeting. I have some stuff that I want to talk about, and I don't want to keep us here all night.
Okay. Others? Do we want to, with apologies to our EVC manager, put that over, or can we do a quick thumbs up, thumbs down on that? Or if there are comments, obviously, we can take those.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the item E and D are very quick is my feeling. So to me, we only have one more item of any, significant time. So I'm okay having that full discussion. So is my sense. I feel like we're pretty close here. I'm saying just roll through. I'm okay with Dietrich keeping me here all night.
I'm not.
Well, okay. We've heard from two of us. How about others of you?
I'd like to be respectful of Dietrich's time and the fact that he probably has an early and busy morning tomorrow. My concern is, I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I think E, we can plow through pretty quickly, and D shouldn't take us very long either. I'm thinking we'd probably still be out of here in an hour or so, which, would that be acceptable, do you think, Councilmember Hefner?
I'll just remind everybody, we just spent quite a long time changing operating hours by like 2 hours on either end. That took us an hour, just to move that small piece that we declined to do during discussion and direction. So I'm just mindful that we're not moving fast tonight.
Anything? Do we want to plow through?
I trust Councilmember Hefner's judgment, and I'm fine tabling that and then doing the other things. If he feels like there's enough questions that it's best to table it till next time, then I support that.
Others agreed?
The only thing I am going to say is believe Councilmember Hefner won't be here at the next meeting, so if you're going to continue it, and we have to continue it to a date certain,
Yep.
you may want to take that into consideration.
What would be the next potential date?
January 7th? January 7th.
All right. If we continue, and we can talk about the mechanics of continuing in just a minute. We can take staff input too.
Yeah, I would say, is there any implication to staff if we don't do this until the beginning of the year?
This has been brought before City Council. This has been brought before City Council with my predecessor, so we do have businesses that are contemplating location decisions based on the outcome of this. If it's a few weeks, I'm not necessarily, I don't have necessarily a ton of heartburn. But if it gets delayed and keeps getting delayed and keeps getting delayed, that is a message that our business community hears.
I think delaying it over the holidays is probably not a big deal. I think for the sake of making sure that Councilmember Hefner is here, and for not going till midnight tonight. Comfortable with that? Thumbs up? Okay. Let's, do we need to open the public hearing? Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to move to continue this item, that is ordinance number 1888, Series 2024, an ordinance amending Louisville Municipal Code to add a new Chapter 3.25 regarding enhanced assistance for targeted businesses until the night of January 7th, 2025. Is that correct?
At 6 p.m.
6 p.m. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do we need a roll call on that? No? Okay. Aye.
I'll-
Any
I'll-
opposed?
No, nay? I never nay anything. Nay.
Okay. Motion passes. Let's take 10 minutes, and 8:45, let's start again. Thanks. We are back on, and next item is final amendments to the City of Louisville and the Louisville Revitalization Commission 2024 budgets. Public hearing, first on the resolution number 62, Series 2024, resolution amending City of Louisville budget, 2024 budget by amending appropriations in the general fund, golf fund, open space fund, parks fund, open space and parks fund, capital projects fund, stormwater utility fund, and technology management fund for additional appropriations within funds, and adjusting budgeted revenue in the general and golf funds, as well as resolution number 63, series 2024, a resolution amending the 2024 budget by amending appropriations of the Louisville Revitalization Commission. And we'll discuss these together, but vote on them separately, I guess. If that, with that, staff presentation, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Ryder Bailey, Finance Director. Today we'll be receiving a brief presentation on a final budget amendment to the Cities and Louisville Revitalization Commission's 2024 budget. This evening, staff is seeking your approval of the final budget amendment to the City and Revitalization Commission's 2024 budgets. If you recall, the first budget amendment to 2024 was in March, where we split the open space and parks funds. The second was a large carry forward amendment. This occurred on May 7th and increased our city appropriations by $25.9 million. Net of offsetting revenues, it increased by $17.6 million. This evening's entry will have a much lower impact at $445,000 to the city's budget. These amendments to the city and LRC's budgets are largely administrative in nature, as finance staff batches budget amendments from previously approved council items. This budget amendment also requests transfer appropriations necessary to close the former open space and parks funds into their separate and distinct open space and parks funds. Today's amendment can be broken out into the following categories and coincide with appendices A through D. Previously approved council adjustments to operational and capital projects. Staff recommended adjustments. These are 98% covered by additional or new revenues. Adjustments required to close out the former open space and parks fund. Adjustments to sources of revenues, and adjustments to the LRC's budget. The resolutions attached to this evening's packet are the official amending document and present the amendment by fund. The fund is the city's legal level of budgetary control. The bodies of the resolutions present budget changes at the fund level, and the appendices to the resolutions present the detail by line item, the greatest level of detail. So finance staff tracks, compiles, and batches previously approved council adjustments throughout the year. A few examples in today's packet are plan review and inspection fees. These are offset by new revenues. City services, roof repair, Steinbach, emergency roof repairs, IT servers. This and all detail can be found in Appendix A. In total, $640,000. Within the comments section of Appendix A, the council approved date of these items is also referenced. Staff is proposing some appropriation adjustments, such as museum grant-funded expenses, golf and cemetery staffing, golf pro shop resale merchandise, and IT computer disposal and recycling, broken out by fund as follows. In total, $260,500. All but $5,500 is covered by offset increasing revenues found in Appendix C. But continuing within Appendix B, staff is recommending the following appropriation adjustments to transfers to close out the formerly shared open space and parks fund. The current estimated balance of that fund is approximately $900,000. The proposed transfers to parks ensures the minimum fund balance is met, with the remainder allocated to the open space fund. Both funds will meet minimum reserve requirements as of Jan 1, 2025. Okay, these charts will look familiar. as they were presented during the budget development process. There is a minor change to the open space fund slide you see here, where staff stacked the acquisition reserve and fund balance reserve into a single column. I'll go from left to right. The blue bar here is revenue, sales tax revenue for the open space fund. The deeper red is open space operating expenses. The lighter red are capital expenses. The purple is the acquisition reserve set aside. And then this column here is the acquisition reserve and the fund balance. You can also see the minimum reserve. This is 15% of operating expenses. By 2030, the reserve is at $3.5 million in total, $2.3 for operational reserve, $1.2 in restricted fund balance for the open space fund, and a minimum reserve of $350,000. This is with this evening's proposed transfer appropriations. And now for parks. The deep red are well, I'll go from left to right. The blue is revenues, sales tax revenues, and general fund transfer. The deeper red are operation expenses. The lighter red are capital. You can see their operational reserve over time. You also notice that there's no capital expenditures in 25 and beyond. These were shifted to the capital fund during the budget process. And by 2027, the operational or minimum reserve, we dip below that. This long-term structural issue has been added to the 2025 Finance Committee work plan. Moving on to adjustments to revenues and sources. These are found on Appendix C. This includes permit revenues, grant and golf revenues, in total $455,000. The final portion of this evening's budget amendment is for the Louisville Revitalization Commission. These were presented to and recommended by the LRC at their October 30th meeting. Further detail can be found in Appendix D. This adjustment reduces their budget by $107,870. Finance staff has confirmed that all funds with reserve requirements will remain in full compliance with city financial reserve policies. And the Finance Committee reviewed and approved a preliminary draft of the proposed amendment at their November 21st meeting. LRC reviewed and recommended their adjustments at their October 30th meeting. Staff's recommendation this evening is for City Council to approve the proposed final amendment to the city's 2024 budget and the LRC's 2024 budget. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for staff? Okay. Take public comments. Do we have any? Pardon me? Oh, sorry about that, Josh. I missed that. Councilmember Cooperman.
All right. Thank you. I have a couple questions about the closeout of the Parks and Open Space Fund. So I guess first of all, let's see. I guess I'm wondering, is the about 900,000 that's still left, is that more than we expected to be left, or by a lot, or by a little, or was that kind of?
Councilmember Cooperman, that amount's been pretty consistent through the process, estimate around $1 million. So it's more or less where we thought we would end up landing.
Okay. And then let me just check that I'm understanding correctly. So with the 500,000 to open space and the 400,000 to parks, that 400,000 is necessary to for the parks fund to have the 15% reserve. Is that correct?
Council member through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so, okay, kind of a follow-up question to both of those. Just trying to understand, like, so, right, so I guess we expected to have about $1 million still to separate into the two funds. And for the Parks Fund, we kind of needed some portion of that just to meet the minimum balance that's supposed to be required. But for the open space, there would have been enough money in that fund to meet the 15% even without these extra $500,000. Is that fair or not? Or roughly speaking?
Councilmember, I don't have those exact
Okay.
numbers in front of me, but I do have
Yeah.
them on my computer. It's pretty close. Open space does need some transfer to adhere to the minimum policy. It is likely a number lower than 500,000 because I can see that this green bar is higher than this orange bar. I don't have that
Right.
delta in front of me, but
Okay.
answers.
And then, could you, I'm interested from a staff perspective about how you decided on the 500-400 split, in particular, given the previous allocations out of that fund to parks and open space.
Yeah, Councilmember, I would say a couple things. Throughout the budget process, I was estimating about 900,000 to $1 million that would be remained, and splitting it about 50-50 with all the budget development charts. Feedback from the Finance Committee was to fund parks to the level where the minimum was met. If there was any excess, they could go to open space. So along the way, it was about 50-50, 450, I want to say each one. When we get to towards the end of the year, we have a little bit better numbers. We were able to give 400 to parks to meet that reserve with a little bit more available for open space.
Right. Okay. Okay. And and then, I mean, this already happened, but just a question, kind of a follow-on question. So the transfers, I think that already happened, were about 600,000 to open space and then about 1.1 million to parks previously in the year. And just kind of curious about, sorry, about how, how those numbers were arrived at, given the idea of sort of roughly evenly splitting the remaining 900,000.
That information is on Appendix B, so I'm going to try to see if I can pull that up.
Yeah, those numbers are there.
While I'm pulling this up, just so I understand your question, are you asking for a little more context of the previous transfers, how those amounts were arrived at?
Yeah, I mean, if the idea is for these last 900 to be evenly split, roughly speaking, why were the previous transfers not so evenly split?
The original transfers to close out our council member through the mayor, the original transfers for that fund were tied to specific projects, capital projects.
Okay.
So there wasn't to establish the reserve, but was to pay for 2024 adopted capital projects.
Okay.
And your numbers are accurate: 612 to open space, 1.1 to parks.
Right. Okay. Do I have any other questions? Okay, I think that's good. Thank you very much.
Questions for Director? Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, mine's probably more a comment than a question, so I can hold.
Any other question? Okay, why don't we take public comment? Anybody? Do we have anybody on public comment?
There's anyone online who wants to raise their hand?
Okay, Matt Jones? No?
Nope. Well, now we got one.
Pardon me?
Helen Moshak.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Helen Moshak. I'm a Louisville resident, and I just wanted the council to urge, to urge council and staff to really live up to the commitment that was made early on in the process in establishing the 2C tax measure and the work that the sales tax task force did, where we had really good discussions about how that previously and the plan going forward was to have an equal share between open space and parks, that the finance director explained that was how the numbers totaled out. It's been the practice for the city, and that, that was the plan going forward. So let's make sure that we have these, that this tax measure passes and we design it well. And so it's disappointing to see now that with that combined fund being dissolved and closed, that we have a distribution in the end of that fund balance of 1.1 million for open space and 1.5 million total for parks. And so there's a $400,000 discrepancy approximately. And so we're sort of back to that sort of situation where we have these peaks and valleys, and in the end, open space is often in the valley. And I think we need to be very cognizant of that and understand that this is sort of perpetuating that problem, that we have a great list of things from the Open Space Advisory Board and recommendations from staff for CIP projects. We're trying to fund the acquisition reserve. We're taking care of capital projects within the open space tax fund with no support from the general fund, capital fund. And I think that this is a setback for open space to not have sort of, I'm making air quotes, a fair share of that fund balance, and making it more of a 1.3 million for each program, and then moving forward. I know we have a lot of great plans for parks. We have a lot of increases in investment in that budget. They are a sister program, and they are as crucial to our environment in Louisville as open space, but I think it can't be at the expense of open space, and we have great plans, and we need to invest in it and live up to our values and make sure we're putting our money where our mouth is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Okay. I see, it sort of recognized the number, the 7032 number, I think, is Matt Jones. Is there a way, he was going to call in by phone. I don't know, there's a way of.
Matt, you need to unmute on your end.
Can you hear me?
He does it because he's on
Yes.
the phone.
Great. So you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. It's Matt Jones in Louisville. Thanks, Chris, for this idea of calling in. I appreciate it. Sorry, I messed up this earlier on the public commenting on something on the agenda. Like Helen, I'm concerned that open space for many years, decades, I think, if I am not incorrect, has been underfunded. And because of that deferred maintenance that is needing a lot of work to catch up. I was heartened. I went on the field trip on Davidson Mesa with the open space staff and the prescribed grazing that they're doing up there with monitoring. That is the kind of thing we ought to be doing. They step in the right direction, but we're backlogged on so many of those kinds of things that open space just needs more money. I also think parks needs more money. But I think it should be fair that initially there was in the fund $2.6 million, so each fund should get $1.3 million. The acquisition reserve, you could attach it and require it to be there and get a head start so you don't miss out on a property in the future. You could just put it into general maintenance and staffing to catch up. There's been good work done on Hecla Lake, but it's not done, and that's just one property that needs work. We have water rights, in-stream flows in Coal Creek, for instance, that are all needing money. And because open space, I'll say it again, it's been underfunded for a long time, and you can see it in the numbers. If you look at the bar graphs, they use different scales, and Parks has more money, basically. Both need the money. Let's split the 1.3 million. Let's make it fair out of this and treat both programs with respect in that way. So I appreciate it, your time for listening.
Thanks, Matt. Anyone else? Okay. What do you do? Just to, well, I don't know that it looks like there's one other phone number. I don't recognize the phone number, but if you're on the phone.
I believe it's *6.
*6, okay.
But don't hold me.
That might not be a bad thing to include on our future notice, but we can come back to council questions and discussion. Any comments? Anybody from the Finance Committee want to make any comment on any of these? Yes, Council Member Heffernan.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in. I think Director Bailey covered all of this, but I'll just say it again, which is the prior numbers reflect the budget, the 24 budget items going with their respective programs. So we had budgeted for 24, and the parks items went with parks, and the open space items went with open space, and that's where those earlier numbers came from. The idea that we had discussed earlier in the year was we're gonna send all the budget items where they belong. We hope there's money left over. If there's money left over, the first thing we're gonna do is make sure both accounts are funded to the minimum, and then anything beyond the minimum, we're gonna push over into open space. I think that's what we've done. It puts parks in an even more precarious position, than where it would be otherwise. I think it's a sacrifice we were all willing to make, but it is a sacrifice. It has some pain attached to it. We're gonna have a lot of hard conversations later next year about what to do in the Parks Fund, because I think as a number of you, especially Councilor Dickinson, have said, I don't think anybody who voted for 2C thought they were voting to take money away from parks. And while it is important we have commitments to both programs, it's important we fund the priorities in both programs. I would hope that all of us broadly can get out of the habit of comparing them as though they are two children who must be treated equally. They're two different programs within the city that have different needs, different budgets, and so on. And I want to make sure we're treating them both the way they deserve, but not always comparing one to another.
Anyone else? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'll say that louder. Well said. I think to add to that, it's like we might spend a lot more on pavement than we do on either program. Doesn't mean we care about pavement more than nature, but like the cost of that is different. Anyways, this has kind of been the bane of my existence for the last couple of years. I mean, I am very frustrated. I feel like I'm in like reverse land, right? Like the Parks Fund is going to zero while the Open Space Fund is going to 4 million. And the comment is we're destroying Open Space Fund and we're underfunding it and we're not being fair to open space. Like, do you mean the other? I just don't if we didn't do this transfer, it wouldn't even hit its minimum balance. Like we have to, and we've already taken from it all of the things that we spend on it, all the capital projects, we just took them out and are spending them somewhere else. So we're not even paying for our capital projects in the parks anymore. It's only maintenance and only services there, what have you. So we've absolutely, destroyed our Parks Fund. And that makes me very unhappy. And so I would put all 900K because if you look at the math, it needs that money a lot more based on what we budgeted. So the only argument is, and I think maybe this is where we're going, we are overspending on parks and it needs a diet and we need to stop spending so much money on our parks. And so bring those expenses down and you won't go into the negative. And yeah, let's stop investing in our parks and we will be fine in that budget, right? And that's start buying up all the land possible. So we use up the open space fund and it does go to zero. I think that's maybe the hope. That's not my hope. My hope is not that we let our parks fund go to zero and that we buy up every piece of land for open space. that is not my hope. So I hope we find a change of direction in the future years.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay. Is there a motion on resolution number 62?
Yeah, I would move the adoption of resolution number 62, series 2024.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Do you want to close the public hearing?
Closing the public hearing.
Thank you. Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
No.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Okay. Do a motion.
Move the adoption of resolution number 63, series 2024.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Both resolutions pass. Thanks. The last item on the regular agenda is City Council Committee assignments. And just very brief word about this. We have, or the way I've conceptualized this is two different sets of committee assignments. One includes 3 council committees. These are just members of council. And there's one which is appointment to the Louisville Revitalization Commission. Not sure whether we need a special motion for that. I don't think we need motion for the others, but is there any? Okay. On the Economic Vitality Committee for the coming year, effective January 1st, I'll be chair of that. Councilmember Fahey and Councilmember Kern will be on that. On the Finance Committee, Councilmember Hefner will be the chair of Finance Committee. Councilmember Hamilton and Councilmember Cooperman will also be on that committee. And Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson will serve as commissioner on the Louisville Revitalization Commission. The other group of committees are what I've just termed loosely representative committees. That is, the folks that are going to serve on these committees represent the city in kind of outside assignments, outside of the council. And there is one new one, and I'll get to that in a second. And there are a couple of joint issue committees. I've decided to split the joint issue committee into 3 different parts because we're going to probably have a meeting with each of the other municipalities, and council members appointed to those will work with folks from those municipalities to get us together and help me with the agenda and the mayor of those communities with the agenda. So the one, let's see, the first is the Colorado Communities for Climate Action, CC4A. It's a coalition of 43 local governments across the state advocating for stronger state and federal climate policy. And the council member who's appointed will be a member of the board of directors representing Louisville. Councilmember Cooperman is going to be the primary and will be the director that we're appointing. Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson is the alternate, will attend meetings in the event that Councilmember Cooperman can't. Commuting Solutions is the second one, which is Louisville is a member of Community Solutions, which advocates for infrastructure and transportation improvements, creates essential partnerships, and educates citizens to provide progressive, flexible, and sustainable transportation solutions that also reduce emissions and mitigate the impact of climate change. A council member attends that with staff. It's a quarterly meeting, and Councilmember Hefner is going to be the primary on that. Councilmember Hamilton will be the alternate. On Consortium of Cities, which is another assignment, Louisville is a member of the consortium, as is Boulder County, the home rule municipalities, as well as the statutory towns. In the county, consortium is led by Commissioner Loachman. It typically takes up key issue of common concern for all members. That's included in the past affordable housing, minimum wage, others. The council member represents the city on that group, and a city staff member attends that also. Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson will be the primary on that, and Councilmember Fahey will be the alternate. And then the next one is the Downtown Business Association Street Fair Committee. That is not serving on the DBA itself, but just one of the committees. DBA runs Street Fair, and the city provides financial backing. The council member serves as a member of the DBA's Street Fair Committee. Councilmember Hamilton will be the primary, continuing in that role, and Councilmember Kern will be the alternate. The next one is the Denver Regional Council of Governments, otherwise known as DRCOG. Louisville is a member of that. Council member serves as a member of the Board of Directors representing Louisville. Council member Kern is the primary, continue in that role, and Council member Cooperman will be the alternate. The next one is a new one, which that is new for us. It's not a new committee, but the Colorado Municipal League is a organization comprised of municipalities all across the state, and deals with issues of common concern. The city is a member of that. The council member is going to serve as the city's representative to the CML Standing Committee that takes position regarding state legislation and other issues of concern to the members. Councilmember Fahey will be the primary on that, and Councilmember Hefner will be the alternate. And then I mentioned the joint issues committees. Technically, there's no kind of committee that is a standing committee among the different municipalities, but when we do have issues that are, again, of common concern, there's sometimes discussions between the communities. Sometimes those discussions involve council members. And one of the things that we're going to do next year is to try to have a meeting, as we did with the county commissioners. I think that was generally appreciated by most of us, and I know it was appreciated by the commission and staff. And we'll have a meeting like that to have like dinner meeting. I thought that was a good format, but we can talk about that later. Just putting a person connected to each one of those assignments. The first one being Lafayette. Councilmember Hamilton will be the designee for that. For Superior, the Joint Issues Committee for Superior will be Councilmember Hefner, and I will be the person who works on the Joint Issue Committee for Broomfield, or Louisville and Broomfield. So any questions, comments, thoughts? I appreciate the way that we did this. This is mayor prerogative, but talked to council members, have gotten input on different preferences, and tried to, as much as I could, honor preferences. Can't always do that with everyone, but I really appreciate the team that we have here, all of the talents and gifts that each of folks on the dais possess, and I hope that this is going to be a good set of appointments. The alternates need not attend the meeting and shouldn't attend the meeting really unless the primaries cannot. But the primaries and the alternates should be in touch to generally discuss matters. When we're discussing, when we're in the part of the meetings where we do have informational comments from council members, I think we all want to hear from everybody. Tonight, Councilmember Kern talked about Dr. Cog, appreciate that. Others have done that throughout the year. But I think we're doing that up front because I think the public wants to know what we do outside, because there's a lot of outside work that the people on the dais do that you may not be aware of. And it's important for the city of Louisville and for the residents that we do that work, and we're obviously all willing and able to talk about those concerns if you want to have a discussion with any of us. So that's all I have on that. Appreciate your serving. Next item is city attorney report.
I have no report. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any identification of future agenda items? No? All right. With that in mind, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, with a comment that I'm really looking forward to seeing everybody on Friday at the Parade of Lights.
Amen to that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?